Hey guys, Stitches here, and welcome back to some more Let's Stream West of Loathing. Um, yeah, last time I started the Reckoning at Gun Manor, so this time I'll be continuing more of that. So, the Reckoning at Gun Manor, if you don't know, is the DLC area for the game. So, I'm trying to remember exactly where or what I was doing. I remember I got the gun with, or the chili without guns in it. So I've just got to figure out exactly what I need to do. There's this guy who wanted pants without, or legs without pants. I could just speed run, and you can fight all of the ghosts, I guess, but I don't really want to. I think it's just better if you don't. Just realized your thing actually glows. Alright. That isn't real. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna... How did she die? Caught in the crossfire of the library shootout. A pair of ruffians got into a heated argument over the comparative merits of Anton Chekhov versus Henrik Ibsen. When they started shooting, I attempted to step in and stop them. I simply won't abide gunfire in my library. It's far too loud. That's your only objection, then no. I don't recall the particulars, just remember the Chekhov fan shouting, "Remember that gun I showed you in Act 1?" Before opening fire. The only objection was the noise. That's quite sufficient. I won't tolerate any stripe, and certainly not gunfire. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I should go ask the information. The information desk guy could help. By the way, Baki, I don't know if you've ever seen this game before, but it's an RPG with a very interesting art style, I will say. You don't have any information that I want. Perhaps I should explore more. I don't think I ever went to the restroom proper. This room is barred. Oh no, dear, sorry, but I can't let you do that. Why? Who's in there? Customer, he hasn't paid his bill, so I was forced to lock him in there until he does. I know that seems mean, but one has to take a firm hand with these things. How much does he owe you? 500 meat. How is he supposed to get the meat to pay you if you won't let him out? That's a fair question, my dear, but that's on him, I'm afraid. Would you take 250? Alright. One of the museum employees is sitting here reading a magazine, as you can see. Congratulations, I freed you. You're free. Free from what? From being locked in this room with nothing to do except read that magazine. So you freed me from having an excellent excuse to not do my crappy job. Well, you freed me from the burden of relaxing in here instead of emptying trash cans and cleaning toilets. Great. Look, you're a real hero. Could I just lock the door there again? No, it's too late now. I'm free. Free as the wind blows. Free as my job blows. Thank you. You're welcome. He leaves and takes the chair with him. Bookshelf. Source of cleaning your money. Other people, love your heart, the money, the universe. This is actually a useful book hidden among all this crap. It's Modern Snake Oiler. How to fix your marriage in 10 easy steps. Tidying up your body in 10 easy steps. The rules of affirming your marriage. The source of trusting other people. Your body, your mind. Wealth, your marriage. Is this just one of those things where it's like ad-libbing all the shit together? Alright, let's read this. What the fuck is Big Spleen? Ah yes, I read this book and my spleen magically increased in volume. Debilitating toxins, where are they now? It gives bad medicine. So I can either get bad medicine, good medicine, or make my spleen bigger. Some of your patent medicines actually work. You save those for your own use. I think it's fitting that I said fortune and then picked a snake oiler because that's what snake oilers are after, is fortune. Plant. The plant is real, but the pot is fake. What's the pot made of? Plastic? I guess it's a guest bed, which is like a normal bed, but with a much worse mattress. Somebody left their wallet in the nightstand. Sweet. I don't have lockpicking. Welcome to my little B&B. Would you care for a room? No thanks, I won't be staying that long. Hopefully, wait a minute. What's B&B stand for? Boo and breakfast. Okay, yeah, that's what I was expecting. Why do you say you're B&B? This isn't your house. Oh, I know, dear, but nobody was using these guest rooms. And there were ghosts hovering around with nowhere to be. And I got a feeling homesick. And I got to feeling homesick for the little B&B I used to run when I was alive. So I thought Mrs. Gunn probably would fine. What happened to your eye? Oh, it was such a foolish accident. I had a guest that I was suspicious of, a nervous, twitchy little man. I thought he might be mixed up in something bad. And one evening, as I was passing by his room, I gave in to temptation and peeped in on him through the keyhole. Did you say anything? Well, only for a moment. He was cleaning a small pistol, and I suppose I must have made a noise because he suddenly jumped and the gun went off. And it hit you? Yep. Straight through the keyhole. That's how I died, in fact. Jeez. Sorry. Thank you, dear, but it's alright. It serves me right for spying on a guest. That is how I look at it. Is that what's keeping you here? Guilt? No, I think I paid quite sufficiently for that transgression. What then? Well, I don't want to go to heaven missing an eye. It wouldn't be as nice without depth perception, so you need a new eye. Yes, do you think you could help me? I'll keep an eye out. I mean, I'll see what I do. Where's room 3? Search open the door, but the ghostly cleric swoops in and blocks your way. Oh, hey, now, sorry, dear, but I can't let you go wandering in there. Why not? What's in there? Lieutenant, they've paid for the room, and they seemed rather quiet private, so it won't leave disturbing them. How's Trix, Flo? She raised an eyebrow at you and glances at one of her weird instruments. There are 11 ghosts left on the premises. There are 2 left on the first floor, 4 on the second, and 5 on the third. What do you think? We're gonna blow up this ghost or what? She seems extremely kindly and peaceful. I get that, but she's also extremely ghostly and spectral. I do have a job to do here. Let me think about it. I'm having this woman do anything but her job. Expecting to your face. Overruled. What's your problem? Legal stuff. So I need to learn about gun law. Well, let's see, I've been in there already. I can spell right. Not like an idiot. If you look up something that isn't like a specified answer, it won't give anything to you. Alright. So I have to kill the chili. Somehow. Is there like an electric chair or something? Well, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily humane. I just remembered in Red Dead Redemption 2, you can see like the first usage of the electric chair. Or like you can see an electric chair that goes wrong and it's just them like... The dude keeps like fucking burning this guy to death. Bismuth, do not eat. I need to get something to stuff. I can just try the different greetings. An approximately infinite number of spiders. What kind of well leads into a boiler room? That's so weird. Oh well, I did free someone, so I guess I should go check that. Oh, it's you, my hero and savior. Alright. What else to do? What else to do? Did I just have a disconnect? Oh, well, that's weird. I hope that didn't affect the stream much, people in chat. I just look over and my chat says 0 dropped frames, and then it also says, welcome to the chat room. Which probably means that it did drop. Oh, I get it. That spells out boo. I don't think I noticed that before. So I need to find a way to kill the chili. Can I just, like, kill it with the worst possible gun? Dun, 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 dun. It's a sofa with nice really? Muerto. Well, now it's dead. What does it say? The ghost bowl of chili. Well, now I know I can get rid of that one. Okay, I've euthanized your chili. Here you go. It immediately gobbles up and dissipates. Thank you so much for dealing with that ghost. I'm exhausted. What were you even doing? Kept demanding ghost food, but I don't really know how to cook except like nachos and popcorn. And just the regular kind of not ghost nachos and popcorn, but he was really insistent. So I figured ghost food is probably invisible, so I just pretended and gave him empty plates. Guess it works even though that doesn't really make any sense. Huh. Anyway, thanks again. I work at the snack bar in the visitor center. Alright, well I guess I gotta go check that out now. I've considered turning stupid walking off. But I don't know, I think it's almost funnier if I just leave it on forever. A deep fried holsters. Deep fried holster increases your melee damage and armor by 7 for the rest of the day. Gunpowder turkey leg. Increases your range to damage and max action points by 1 for the rest of the day. And your cold resistant. That's so weird. They have so much stuff to reduce your cold resistant or increase cold resistance here. I don't know if in the base game like cold is like the best damage type or something, but I don't know. I guess I'll buy one of each. Just have them. So I have to come across legless pants. One of them kind of smells like chili. I wonder why. What I'm curious is if they're talking about gun hammers or like hammer hammers. Because I just realized that, because she says all the hammers are metric, and I'm like, why would that matter? Until I realized they might be talking about like gun hammers. Well, I do have cold resistance. Didn't I get garden shears at one point? Can't I just take... I guess that's not how that works. I would assume that the way this level is designed would be that, like, you can... just kind of... go anywhere. It's just a lathe. And it's not worth getting into a ladder room. Pile of loose boards. Ew. Why would you build that? I think the joke is that there's a way to spell boo in like every major room here. Alright, well, let's go to the second floor. Maybe there is something I'm not looking. Boring laws from before the cows came home and what everything got fun again. Alright, well, I need to find an eye. These at tats. Stats, states, statues, statutes. Or is that statutes? I don't know. Library stuff. Look on a specifics. Oh, so I need to get like I need to find a book first. Then I can use that book in order to... So I'd imagine I'd have to solve one of the puzzles by finding a book. I think I did everything there was to do in this room, and in the other room I can't do anything without lockpicking, but I don't have lockpicking. Loco weed extract. You're just crazy about that stuff. No, I meant because of not about. This item has to be using it. That gives you 2 AP. Lownwort pollen. Elemental damage. Tea service with tea leaves. I imagine that's tied to something. Frisco poppy. Shockweed. Undergrow it. Okay, I'm curious where we need to go next. Does this do anything other than get me in a fight? Chilies. All right. All right. Get rid of you. So I think that's just another enemy infinite spawn point. I wonder. Oh, I did want to talk about this. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream, but the devs of this game actually acknowledged my stream announcements. They actually liked each of the posts. I don't know if that's an automatic thing or what, but it was really sweet to see that the devs still look into this game, especially after Shadows of Loathing came out. Shadows over Loathing came out. I'm very thankful that if anything the internet has brought forth is if anything the internet has brought is if there's anything that the internet has brought forth, it's that what am I trying to say? Wikis exist. All right, I just looked up a guide to this area. So if I go, so it says if I check the, where is it? I check the Hedge Wizard's Journal. It's ENWSWN. So if I use that and I go eat never waffles soggy waffles the Hedge Wizard's orb Hedge straightens up. Not you again. Wait, you're not him. Nope, I'm Scrinkly. Nice to meet you. I'm the Hedge. The Hedge. Yeah, the Hedge. Source of all magic in the maze. Yada yada. Boy, I can't tell you how glad I am to see somebody besides that dorky wizard. Did you? Yep. Took care of him. Thank you. I made the mistake of granting him a boon, and he started treating me like a god or something, coming around day after day, prostrating himself before me like a huge dweeb. It just awful. I mean, sure, I'm powerful and all that, but it's not like I did anything to get this way. I mean, I'm rooted to the ground for heaven's sake. I just grew this way. You mentioned a boon. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, sure. I guess I owe you that much for getting rid of that clown. Here you go. We got the boon of the Hedge. It gives me +3 in every stat. Thanks. Mention it. Now, I should be getting back to my business. You can see yourself out, right? Alright, so that's the first thing we can do. So if we go... Never eat waffles soggy. We can find a bunch of newspapers. This is interesting. A Frisco Examiner article about better living. I already feel better. A Frisco Examiner subscription really paid off. Now that was your subscription, but what can you do? We get +1 to each stat. So that's neat. So if we go, we can find a toilet. It gives us 2 experience points. That's it. South, south, north, east, north, east. The font of knowledge. Hearing deeply from the font. Your mind fills with obscure trivia. So this gives you 50 to 365 experience. Next, if we go north, west, south, west, we can find a gravestone, and if we push one of these, we can get this, which I think is a Zelda reference. I believe this is a reference to the graveyard. Alright, so I think that's like everything we can do down there. And I may have slightly cheated there, but oh well. I never stated anything about playing games fair. I just don't use things that give me blatant advantages like cheat codes. You pour some boiling water into your teapot, and we get tea service with tea. Steaming pot of tea and all the cups you need to serve it to a maximum of 4 sophisticates. I wonder if I can use this to get into the one room. So if I go up to this floor and I go to the guest rooms. What happens if I look up brunch? Cardinal directions. South. East. West. What if I look up? Oh, that gives me the key. So that's how you would do the other guy that I killed. So there's also a couple of puzzles in this that I'm just like, they're meant to be. So if you type in course, Hawker, Market, "11," which here on the wiki says is a reference to Kingdom of Loathing, but I've never played that, so... Kingdom of Loathing was the game that they made before this. It's like an online game that you could still go and play. If we... If we type in "to pay," and then lastly, type in letter, and we just need to type in Arbor. So this gives us a special melee weapon, which gives you +5 mysticality, +7 spell damage, and +1 maximum AP. There's also a whole like table. There's like a whole table on the wiki about every possible entry you can do. But anyway, now we have that guest room key, so... Mirror on this vanity doesn't work. It's a nice landscape painting on the wall. Nothing very interesting about it. Looks like the sort of thing you'd find hanging over the bed in a mid-priced hotel room or a bed and breakfast, come think of it. According to the signature, is an original Darius Klieg. You've never heard of him. Take it off the wall. Painting of a safe. Of course. It's probably just 0 or 51. Go through it. The mysterious guest room 3. The sewing kit. Why do you think so? Is that so? Are you listening to the loot? Or listen, are you going to loot this container? Why so serious? We're kind of driving the joke into the ground now, and it's only getting tiresome. Not really tiresome, only so-so. Is that so? Yes, is it? Yes, it is. Are you just messing with me? Do you not? Oh, what's in this? I do. Look, Screenplay, you're starting to get on my nerves now. So what? So what? Is that there's not even here you need for progression at this point. I'm tempted to not give it you. So don't give it to me then. Let's take this. Oh, it's the elevator button. Thank you so much. Please just leave. There's candy on the night scan. 9 out of 10 dentists would be appalled. Sugar guns? And these sugared pork balls give you extra meat drops. No. No one ever laughs at me. What was your career? I used to design gags and novelties, but I was terrible at my job. I couldn't come up with a single novel idea. This conversation seems oddly familiar. Even my presence is very unoriginal. You're just being too hard on yourself. I bet you invented all kinds of good stuff. My best invention was fake vomit. Fake vomit. Looks like fake vomit, but surprise, it's real. That was the one that got me fired. How did you die? I was working on a new invention, an exploding cigar. I thought it would be pretty good. You light the cigar, it's fine for a second, but suddenly it goes off with a big bang and you jump in surprise real last. Because he nearly had a heart attack. Funny, right? I had a snag in development, though. Well, I figured I'd use gunpowder for the explosive. And you can buy it already packed in these little black brass cartridges. So it seemed convenient. Do you mean bullets? My first test run was a real mess, I can tell you that. Imagine. So anyway, now I'm a fail. You put a bullet inside a cigar? Are you fucking idiot? Alright. Now I'm a failure, now I'm dead. Maybe I can help you out. Well, your initial idea was pretty funny, it's just that your execution was the problem. My execution was the problem? Ah, you're right. Maybe you can help me after all. I'll see if I can find anything out for you. Box of science. 2 hickeys. Well, I have the elevator button. There's the elevator button. Go to the 3rd floor. Door is locked and no earthly course can open it. Maybe a whole team of horses. Not getting them up the elevator. Yes, who is it? This Gundam Scrinkly McScrinkk. Are you here with the Ghost Extermination people? Yes, we have Florence Cunningham. Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services. Scrinkly is my assistant. Okay, what? Who's the county licensed ghost? You are me. Alright. Have you been able to exterminate all the ghosts that still feel haunted? 10 of them left according to the scanner. We're still working on it, man. Don't worry, you can count on us. Alright. Please let me know when you've been finished. Mr. Gun. What is a billiards being? It's a game where you use a stick to knock balls into holes. Oh. What are that game having? We are that game having, but calling it a golf. Yeah, I guess you could say it's like golf for people who are in a hurry. Mr. Gunn mostly burned garbage in this thing. Keep cigars. You got plenty at this point. Cigar. This is a cigar for people who want, for some reason, to appear to have spent a lot of money on a disgusting habit without actually spending a lot of money on it. The guy doesn't notice you approaching until you're right next to him. He yelps in surprise and drops his glass on the floor, and he squints unsteadily at you. He then takes a maraschino cherry from the bar cart and throws it at your head. Hey, stop that. Oh, sorry, I'm just making sure you're not one of them ghosts. He drops the cherry into a fresh glass and pours whiskey on top of it. You one of the museum employees? Mm-hmm, yep, that's me. What are you doing in here? Hiding, lady. I don't know if you noticed, but this house... Well, this house got ghosts in it. You don't say. Whole bunches of them all over, so I don't know about you, but I'm saying right here where it's not ace and drunk, I mean safe. Wouldn't you rather get out of here? Not all the booze, that is booze. I'm really scared of when ghosts go boo, you know. There aren't many ghosts in between this room and the exit, so you said, but... So, you said, that's what you said. But they're ghosts. They could be anywhere except in here. Exactly. I ain't leaving without a guarantee the ghosts. We could disguise you. Here, look. We'll use this white shower curtain to disguise you as a ghost. Then they won't bother you on your way out. That's a mighty fine idea, but he tosses back his drink and pours another. eye holes. That curtain's got no holes for my eyes. I wouldn't be able to see you. Starting to think you don't actually want to leave. No, I'd give you that idea. It's terrible in here. I just shoot some holes in it. Alright, geez, I get the picture. Grabs an armload of bottles from the cards and pulls the shower curtain out its head and then staggers out of the door. Right, that's that guy. What's the sword painting? This bowling stuff is extremely broken. It's not supposed to be flying around even a little bit. Alright. Strong medicine. This fucking ability is so broken. Dan. It's okay, because you're wearing it ironically. Time goes on your label. Oh good. The XR50 was complete trash. Or the XR85 was complete trash. Big red button is lit up. Is this another infinite fight thing? What does this actually do? Ah, that hurt. I can just keep doing this. Alright, well, I'm just gonna kill this thing now. Championship ring. Oh, this must have been stuck in one of the finger holes. Oh, can I fight it like 3 different times to get 3 different rewards? Deals damage equal to your muscle. And throw it at something. How many items does this thing drop? I do like the fact there's a unique battle theme for this area. Oh, we just keep getting bowling ball chunks from here on out. Wow, you hope you never meet a live duck this big. It says, it's sickening, killing a helpless sofa and stuffing its carcass as a grizzly trophy. One of the moose's eyes is loose, so we got a glass eye. It's just out of a teddy bear, they didn't even remove the tag. So many polyesters died just to decorate the room like this. His antlers are made out of papier-mâché. Apparently by someone who had never seen antlers before. A whole rack of bowling trophies if they were billiards trophies. If they were billiard trophies, it'd be an easier pun to make. There's a goblin's head. Runs up the wall. This would be pretty barbaric if for the fact that the goblin seems pretty okay with you. Or, pretty okay with it. Boo, haha, pretty good I am getting to you, huh, human? Oh, wow, yes, very much getting to me. Nice. What is happening to you? Did Mr. Gunn hunting you into cutting your head off? No, Mr. Gunnick was a good human man. Is being very friends inside one of his bowling ball bags. My spore too growing. Only headroom, Mr. Gunn finding me and hanging me up here for chatting with. Great guy. Weird. So it was a goblin who left a spore in the bag. And then it only grew ahead because of this room, and then he got turned. So it's fake because it's not floating around the room and setting stuff on fire. It's a photograph of a fish. He was apparently really liberal with what he considered a trophy. The ghost is dressed up as a traditional safari hunter with the pith helmet and the big white mustache and those weird khaki trousers that make it look like your butt has wings. He's inspecting Mr. Gunn's trophy collection. Hi, I'm Sprinkling McSprink. Oh, charmed. I'm Lord Euston Camdenton at your service. What happened to you? If you don't mind my asking. No, not at all. Although it isn't a very exciting story. I was hunting lions on the plains of the Serengeti, and one of the lighters got the better of me. Wow, you were eaten by a lion? That sounds like you're exciting me. Yes, well, not eaten as such. Sneaky bugger crept into a camp, pushed a stack of ammunition crates over on me. Oh, maybe I can help you? Help me do what? Well, help you with whatever's keeping you as a ghost. But now I say, I guess there isn't much I can do to help you get revenge on that line. No. Revenge isn't what's keeping me here. Good for a line, I say. Turnabout is fair play and all that. Though I do wish he'd done it in a manner that made for a better story. So why are you a ghost then? It's because of my true regret. I never faced the most dangerous game. I'm certainly not going to help you hunt people. No, the most dangerous board game. Nobody was ever willing to play against me, a bally shame. What's the game? He leads you to a small table on which is laid out a board of alternating red and black squares with little wooden discs painted red and black as well. Checkers. Checkers jump and scatter as the ghost stab with two large hunting knives into the center of the board. Knife checkers. What are the rules? Do you know how to play checkers? Yes. Do you know how to stab somebody in the hand with a knife? Yes. Then that's all you really need to know. Alright, I'll play. You yank one of the knives out of the board, and Lord Euston instructs you to hold it left-handed. The rules are you may only attack your opponent's hands, and when they're over the board, displaced checkers are played from where they land. But attacking the board directly is a foul, in which the opponent gets a stab-free turn. It appears to be primarily a game of concentration, quick movements, and feinting. Lord Euston takes advantage of your hesitation and knifes you into submission while marching his pieces across the floor. Nice try, you'll have to put up a better fight. Come back when those wounds have scabbed over. Dang. I need to be careful, otherwise I'm gonna get higher. This is an interesting way of doing, like, balancing. Is that like a day passes whenever... See, I need muscle. Well, actually, probably the easiest way to do this would just be to invest in muscle. Play aggressively. Start the game by attacking quickly and fiercely to establish dominant. Ah, shit. I'm back here. Oops. Oh, well, I lost all my status effects. Alright, let's see if I have anything that boosts stats. I would do that, but that actually supposedly has an effect later in the game, so I don't actually want to do that. I don't know, I guess I'll figure that out in a second. I mean, I could just fight the guy, but... Hold on. I want to equip my other hat back because it looks weird. Fix the glass eye. Oh, it's a little too physical. Yeah, I was certain that this... Do you have a hammer I can borrow? Yeah. She gives you back the hammer and plucks the ghost of the glass eye from the shattered fragments. That fits much better. Does it work? Well, now that you mention it, no, I can't actually see with it. It is the ghost of a glass eye. Oh dear, this won't do at all. What a shame. Oh, I still don't really understand why your eye is still missing. What do you mean? Well, I always assume that when someone loses an eye or something, it just sticks around as an arm ghost. That's why people say they can feel it itching sometimes, because you've got arm hair, but it's a ghost, and it's human called phantom limb syndrome. Maybe it got pushed back inside your hand. Just thinks about it for a second, shakes her head. What? Did you think I felt something? Just then. Oh my goodness gracious, keep going. It's like one of those puzzles where you try to get the wormhole. Well, I'll be. Thank you so much, dear. I never would have thought of that. No problem. Have a nice time in heaven or whatever. Well, that's that then. What other novelties did you invent? Well, I invented a can of mixed nuts. Well, that has a spring in it, so when you open them, nuts spray out everywhere. That's kind of funny. No one would ever know from that can because of how it said deadly venomous snakes on the label. Anything else? You know those flowers you wear in your label that sprays water in someone's face when they smell it? You invented that? That's a classic. No, I tried to combine it with the chewing gum made of hot peppers. You made a boutonniere that maces people. Uh-huh. Anything else? Seemed like those little sea monkey things. I thought it'd be... Maybe I'd do that except funnier than I got. Thought itching powder is pretty funny. You made itching powder out of brine shrimp? No, they're aquatic. It wouldn't work, so I used spider's eggs. Anything else? Tried to make an ultra-realistic sink bomb using pure methane gas. Turns out pure methane is actually odorless. That's what. That isn't why farts smell bad. Also, it's extremely flammable. You know those fortune-telling fish, the little cellophane things that curl up in your hand to predict the future? I don't know how it happened, but mine were 100% accurate, and it was always terrible news. Alright. We're going back up to the 3rd floor. In the music room. Old decaying music books. We got dueling banjos. So... That's Cotton Eye Joe. Woman doesn't seem to be interested in anything other than cranking that hurdy-gurdy. Disconnect the crank. Definitely disconnect the crank from the hurdy-gurdy without having to alert the woman's attention, but it turns out you needn't have bothered. She continues to turn the crank, a blank-eyed, and with nothing attached. You grab the end of the crank and pull her very slowly to the gift shop. You find a Victrola to plug her into. Problem solved. Back from the bar, selling these personalized shot glasses. Is that your name, Percy? Squints at the shot glass. Sure. He knocks back the shot and tosses the glass over to Lou. Now it's Ira. Give the guy 800 meat and fish around until you find one with your name on it. So, you're excited to use it now that you're finally old enough to drink. Gain experience whenever you drink booze. I just got this joke. So now is that whenever I drink? Do I even have anything to drink? Oh, that's neat. That's actually a really clever gimmick. Just like a personalized shot glass gives you experience. Oh, that's clever. It like rearranges kids' room. This is where the creepy music is coming from. The composition of this painting is bad in every way. That's true. Like, I don't understand. Saber has been comprehensively and enthusiastically disemboweled. With a wad of stuffing. So now we can make this silenter if we want. This little girl goes to serving imaginary tea. I'm not doing that right this second. Someone blocks the flood. He's on. I knew it. Knows what horrors contain. The stuffed gun. This is not all this effective as a gun, but not effective as a bludgeon either. The doll mine. Outer world, just look at the little miners and mine carts and mine shafts and bowls of mine stuff. What's this? Tiny stick of dynamite. Boo. Ask you how goblin children work, but I think the best case scenario is they are merely incomprehensible. Very simple as being a goblin is popping, then a goblin is many. Many new goblins are like clones. What? Yeah, let's leave it at that. I found this for you. Holy cow, a clockwise phase inversion coil. I've been looking all over for one of these. Her gun damage increased since she got science blast now. So now I can go and make a silenter. Make a silenter. This is a can of stuffing designed to make it much easier for you to shoot people at Thanksgiving dinner without being caught. And so this is used to make hold on. I have to stand up for a second and adjust myself. There we go. Sorry, if I sit for too long in a certain way, let's just say I need to adjust myself from sitting. Look, I invented this. How many times have I invented this thing that makes guns really quiet? Knowing recipe and knowing that libraries will be safe from the noise of gunfire. There's only an atmosphere of quiet that true joy dare to live. Bertrand Russell. He isn't famous yet. Well, whatever. Find the shelf where dueling banjos belong and put it back with the previous book. Okay. It's entitled Where Dual Law, which seems to know about the issues surrounding dueling. Never know when that might be. Duly noted. So then if I read this, dual law. so this gives you 5 pistol attack damage. I think the other one gives you something else. This can of stuffing is designed to make it easier. What did that accomplish? What does Silented do? Oh, it changes the sound effects for when your gun goes off. But it looks like you can make it multiple times if you want. I don't know why, but I really like Florence as a character. I think that it's just a unique thing. I was actually, so like recently, I was recording the next episodes of Portal 2 because I'm still recording that at the time I'm streaming that. Or at the time I'm streaming this. And they actually show you a sign of what the that depicts what the old-fashioned portal gun may have looked like. And it actually was a backpack with a gun attached. And it's implied that your portal gun is only based on the new lunar technology that they used before Cave Johnson died, which I think was interesting. I keep making a joke where anytime I say Cave Johnson in the Portal series, I say no relation. Oh wait, I need to be on the second floor and go to the gallery. Let's do this. What's your problem anyway? Legal stuff. Wait, I still don't have gun law? Do I still need to go back to the library and, like, look? Interesting. So we actually do need to leave Gun Manor, I guess, to do something real quick. It's this one. So if I go and talk to the... What's your problem? Pretty sure my leg is broken. It just sort of broke all of a sudden. I guess I don't get vitamins or whatever. Good nutrition can be difficult in this day and age. Bring me some medicine, sure. Thank you. There's a mission north. One's there in a little hospital. Sell medical supplies. Can you get me some broken leg pills? Damn, I hate when I run a... I'm just gonna... Any mail? Oh, we got mail! Send a postcard. Alright, let's have it. Modern Snake Oiler magazine. Wait, what did I just do? Learn bad medicine. Nostalgia mode, turn that off. Sorry, I'm not playing the whole game with that on. That is just annoying and bright. I'm tempted to solve all these because I think you get more experience from doing it peacefully. Alright, I don't think I've talked enough with you. I think I have to check more in the library. Someone who pickles papers for a courtroom. Hold on. Oh, okay. I think I see what I was messing up. Alright, I think I just need to keep exploring. This bassoon. This is a bassoon, and you know what they say? It makes an ass out of you and boo. Out of N and boo. Blank sheet music. Let's go see an orchestra conductor. Either he's very agitated or he's trying conducting a flight of the bumblebee. Turn around, but I can't actually hear the music. What are you conducting? It's the finale of the year 1812 Solemn Overture by Tchaikovsky. Oh, the 1812 Overture. Sure, it would have been my second guess, or is your orchestra like Double Ghosts or something? There's no orchestra, I merely have this piece of music irrevocably lodged in my head and has been nagging at me incessantly ever since my death. Did you die during the performance? Very stupid. In the finale of that piece. There's real actual cannons, right? Is that how you died? If it was my fate to be slain by a piece of music, cannons would have been far from preferable. My utterly farcical demise. What happened? The overture requires several cannons, and it's because it is impossible to load a single cannon quickly enough to fire as the score demands. However, the stage you're performing on could not have borne any of the weight. Towards you, I was not informed of the difficulty until it was far too late to make any changes. It transpired that the stage manager decided it would be sufficient to give a box of bullets to the tuba player. You were shot by the tuba player. You were shot by a tuba. I was shot, as you say, by a tuba. No wonder you ended up a ghost. Oh, it isn't the ridiculousness of my death that troubles me, really. Accidents happen, as with... This is some Luigi's Mansion ass shit. Like, this is like... This reminds me of the first Luigi's Mansion where you meet all the ghosts and you find out how they died. It's like ridiculous. It isn't the ridiculousness of my death that troubles me. Accidents happen, as with any of the performance arts. A colleague of mine was decapitated by an errant symbol during a performance of Paganini's Violin Concerto No. 1. Such are the risks we take for gosh. The problem is that the 1812's overture is a very dramatic and energetic piece. With this music constantly playing itself in my head, I've been unable to find any peace. I'll see if I can think of any way to help. Someone's been slacking on their geometry homework. Should probably understand this. So I'd take the book with you and do the assignment later. It's a Daniel Boone poster. One corner's loose. Bring your boots. Endure all 10 jump scares in Gunmare. That was an achievement. If you find all 10 of the boos, you literally get an achievement for it. I got the achievement. It's a much nicer vanity than that of the average frontier teen. Use all the powders and creams and pomades to make yourself slightly more presentable. Plaid skirt in here seems sort of like legless pants. Someone forgot a book under the bed. Fun law rules for 71 parlor games associated for children. I mean, there's a portal too, man. Well, you don't find any magical portals, but you do find a diary. You flip through it, and there's nothing in particular except an entry about how the author was excited to leave for her sleepaway camp the next day with her sisters, and how she was thankful to someone named Uncle Chet for getting tickets, since it was gloomy around the manor ever since her father went missing. That's the last entry. You flip through the books, and unsurprisingly, it's mostly about ways to board children can stay out of their parents' hair for just 5 damn minutes. Also has a little tag on the spine indicating it came from the library. So can I use this to get, like... What is this devil's music? You hide the handle away. Oh, there's a box of science stuff. In case you guys are wondering, by the way, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but the way I have this set up is so... there's a setting on OBS for game capture specifically to hide. It is specifically, in fact, to hide the overlays and such. Found some science junk for me, don't mention it. What's this thing? Oh well, whatever it is, I'm sure it's safe. Her gun damage is increasing. She got medicinal gas. Great. This is back in the day, you can just huff gas and it's almost always good for you. This guy has a frozen smile on his face and his eyes dart around in panic as he pretends to sip tea. What's that? Drop sweat. His hands are shaking as if he was holding an actual teacup. It probably would have shattered by now. Shaking, if he was holding an actual teacup, it would have shattered. This little girl ghost sister. An imaginary tea to her guests. The doll, while terrifying, is largely indifferent. Museum employee, on the other hand, is playing along with a rictus grin on his face. The little girl wears an annoying and disappointed frown. Hello there, my name's Scrinkly. Can I join you? Go on, I guess, but it's a terrible tea party. Oh, what's wrong? You aren't having any fun? All I have is dumb made-up tea. I want proper tea. I want a proper tea party like Mama took me to. Tell me more about that party. Well, you went to a real tea room. It was so pretty. There were vases with flowers in them, and everyone was all dressed up in suits and pretty dresses, and there were white china teacups for the tea. Real tea, not imaginary. Well, that sounds very nice. It was so nice, and everyone was so polite and charming. Once all the fights started. Uh-oh, there was a fight. Well, two of the gentlemen there got into an argument. I don't know what it was about, and I guess one said something the other didn't like. He was so insulted, he threw the tea right in the first man's face, and they took out their guns and started shooting at each other there in the room. They were really, really elegant, though. They had little silver ivory pistols. And they kept their pinkies out the whole time. Anyway, I don't remember the rest very well, except one of them missed the other and shot me by mistake. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thanks, but it's alright. Heaven's supposed to be... You're real nice. But I didn't finish my tea party, so I wanted to have another. There you go, except I don't have any tea. Make-believe tea isn't fun anymore. I can give you the goblet of blood. Oh, you can just try to give her the goblet blood. So you get 3 times the combat reward for doing this. The giggle in a wave, she fades away. She serves the tea and the 4 of you. Okay, well, not the doll. Sip with your pinkies. Oh, thank God. I thought that would never end. Look at me. I'm shaking like a leaf. I have a freaky situation, right? Having to deal with little kids freaks me out bad enough. Having to interact with a ghost of one is horrifying. Anyway, thanks for rescue. I need to get back to work. What do you do here around the candy counter in the visitor center? Oh, huh. Nice kid. Heck, we got lucky, although as all little kid ghosts are utterly unpredictable. So if I go to the 2nd floor, I can go back to the library and do the book stuff. You go find the shelf where fun law belongs, and the next book on the shelf is entitled Gun Law, which might be even entertaining. So if I read this book, you know about... You basically learn everything there is to know about gun law. Now you can be the prosecuting attorney and defense counsel in addition to judge, jury, and executioner. Time to dispense some justice. Is that a perk? Damn, both of these give me the... So now, if I go to the gallery... It said, by the way, you need 67 spooky damage resistance to survive that little girl's first attack. If you fight her. What's your problem? In fact, I think you'll find I'm quite conversant in the finer points of our justice system, particularly as it pertains to guns and gun-related activity. Horseradish, you're all trousers and no briefs. Obviously, you aren't going to leave me alone, so just ask your questions. I'm Scrinkly McScrinkle speaking for the record. State your name and occupation and cause of death. Felicity Wainwright. Defense attorney. I lost a court-approved trial by combat. What? Trial by combat has been outlawed for like 15 years. You do understand that ghosts don't visually age as time passes, right? Oh, right. So your client called for trial by combat, which meant you and the prosecutor had to face off in a duel. That's correct, and you lost. Are you acting dumb? Trying to throw me off guard. I withdraw the question. Why are you stuck as a ghost? Because although trial by combat was well out of fashion by the time, it was still a valid legal recourse. I should have been prepared for the possibility, but I wasn't. My lack of training resulted in an innocent man being executed for murder. Oh, how was he executed? Hanging, I assume. Obviously, I wasn't around to see it. So to release you, I'd need to prove that the loss wasn't your fault. The trial duel was completely fair and above board. There is no chance there having been foul play on the prosecutor's part. My loss was my own. Then I'd have to prove your client was actually guilty, and therefore your feelings of responsibility are misplaced. The look she gives you is cold and hard. Look, you think you know a thing or two about the law? How about you tell me the first rule of being a defense attorney? Don't make fun of the judge's beard. You have to trust and believe in your client. If you don't believe your client is innocent, you'll never convince anyone else he is either. So if I want to convince you he was guilty, you'll have to fight, and yeah, you'll have an uphill fight, gal. You are essentially playing prosecutor here. Alright, tell me about the case. My defendant was Matthew Guilty McCready, accused of the murder of Victor Vic Timsbury at noon, June 18th, 1878 in Reno. Some questions. Go ahead. The client was actually named guilty. Names don't mean anything. I once had a client named Ike. I killed a guy. He was totally innocent. For someone whose actual full name, but sure, but nicknames are usually given on some sort of basis. You never heard of a tall guy named Tiny or a fat guy named Slim? Arguably, the name Guilty would reinforce my client's innocence. That's totally absurd, but I'll let it pass for now. What was the cause of death? Timsbury was shot through the heart with a .45 caliber revolver. And did McCready own such a gun? Yes, he was holding it at the time, and subsequent examination showed that it had been recently fired. Are you missing anything? Any further question? Yeah, I do have some more questions. Is that noon precisely? Yes, that was confirmed by witnesses. Also, McCready owned a fancy pocket watch, chimed on the hours. There were witnesses, about half a dozen of them. Pretty sure there's something you aren't telling me. Not obligated to play in my hand face up, Miss Prosecutor. Okay, then. Hang on a second. Shot with a pistol in front of witnesses that exactly knew. Was this a duel? So you can add 2 plus 2. Well done. Well, as luck would have it, I just recently read a whole book about duel law. What? Why? No reason. I just happened across it in the library and thought it might be interesting. Read an entire code of law you found at random just for the heck of it. Yep. Let me just do a quick review. A duel is legal provided it's between exactly 2 people at a specific prearranged time and place using the same or at least essentially similar weapons. And they have to be either face-to-face, and they have to either face each other down and quick draw at the appointed moment, or do the 10 paces and turn and fire routine. Is that correct? I don't know why that's so hard to read. That's the gist of it, yes. So I guess let's start with you telling me the facts of the case, and I'll interrupt you rudely if I have any questions. Alright, but if you push me on trivial nonsense, I'll get mad and you'll have to start over. Is this whole thing like a Phoenix Wright joke, I just realized? Because this seems like it's criticizing that. That seems fair. Go ahead. McCready and Timsbury got into an argument in a saloon on the evening of June 17th. Apparently, Timsbury accused McCready of cheating at poker. Go on. Bartender yelled at them to take it outside, but since it was dark out, they agreed to meet for a duel the next day, and that would be the 18th, he said. I have a question. They set a specific time for the duel. Yes, high noon. Figures. Why is it always high noon? Tradition, I suppose, and since the sun is at its highest, everything is brightly lit, there are as many shadows, so that's good for gunfighting. Plus, you could go on a duel. You could go have your duel on a lunch break. What happened next? Well, the next day, both showed up shortly before noon and squared off about 30. When noon struck, McCready fired fast enough that Timsbury didn't get a shot off on account of having his head shot off. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Gonna have to ask for some details on that. What weapons were they using? McCready had a .45 caliber single-action Army revolver. Timsbury had an older model, a .36 caliber cap and ball Navy revolver. which he loaded with paper cartridges instead of packing the gunpowder by hand. He fired at exactly noon. Yes, as soon as church bells started ringing. He also mentioned McCrady's pocket watch. You see a fancy pocket watch that chimed on the hour. Is that important for some reason? Something. He said there were witnesses. Were they interviewed? Yes, and their stories line up with what I told you. Were there any associates of McCrady? I'm not aware of any of them being actual friends with McCrady, but he was a local and a lot of people knew him. Because he was supposed to... Where are you going with? Objection. Oh, come on. Any one of those people would have interceded on McCrady's behalf. What and done what exactly? Well, they could have shot Timsfield with a more accurate weapon, like a rifle. Then there'd been 2 gunshots instead of 1. Are you suggesting they shot him with a poison blow dart gun? Well, was he tested for poison? Oh, that was weird. Are you kidding me? They're both pistols. A modern Colt revolver is an antique cap and ball loader. Ridiculous. That antique was in production until 1873 and was considered one of the most reliable and popular 6-shooters in the territories. Furthermore, the restriction against differing weapons in a duel is about pistols versus rifles, or the proverbial knife in a gunfight. Or, a more recent example, a nitwit trying to argue a law against a professional attorney. Jeez, that's a bit hard. Darn, I really thought that might have been the answer, but I suppose that is right. I guess. Tell me more about the argument. There isn't much to tell. The players of the game already folded their hands in that round, so they weren't paying very close attention. All we know is that Timsbury suddenly accused me of being a dirty, cheating varmint, and McCrady said Timsbury was just sore because he'd been losing all night. Did McCrady? History of cheating. He'd been accused of it once or twice before, but Reno's a gambling town, and he hung out in the rough part of it. Getting accused of cheating by a sore loser when you're on the lucky streak is par for the course. But if McCrady had a history of cheating, it would be irrelevant because the reason for the duel is immaterial to the legality of the duel itself. Motive isn't an issue here. But remember how I warned you about ticking me off? What was the name of the saloon? Two-headed horse. Weird. Yeah, well, no, I think it was a proprietor. I think a proprietor was going for some sort of double entendre, but it doesn't really work. No, it really doesn't. Two-headed spider, maybe, but... Let me get on this. Bartender yelled at them. We need some more details on that. Said there were witnesses. Objection. What the heck? McCrady fired at the wrong time. What are you talking about? You fired exactly. With the church bells, there are witnesses. That's right, he fired at clock noon. But the duel is set for high noon. They aren't the same thing. High noon is just when the sun is at its highest point. Depending on the geography and the time of the year, it could be different from clock noon. McCready fired early, making that duel illegal. So what do you say to that, counselor? She gives you a slow smile. I gotta hand it to you, Prosecutor McSkrink. You're a lot better at this than I was giving you credit for. That's a good thought you had there. It's just one problem with it. What? I already thought it. Take that. She hurls a small book at you, which just barely managed to catch. The 1878 Nautical Almanac. The Nautical Almanac and astronomical ephemeris for the year 1878. What the heck is this? I did my homework when I was preparing for that trial, my legal homework. Since at the time I expected there to be an actual trial, not a gunfight. So what you're holding there is a nautical almanac for the year 1878. There are bookmarks. I'd like to see if you'd like to do the math yourself. But if you look up solar noon, aka high noon, for June 18th and make the right adjustment for Reno's longitude, what do you get? You've got to be kidding me. That's right, Miss Prosecutor. 12 o'clock p.m. precisely. No. Well, damn. Nice try, though. I meant that sincerely. That's all my ammo. I can't think of any other way to disprove McCready's innocence. As far as I can see, it was a fair trial. Yes, and that's me. With the guilt of an innocent man's death on my hands. Innocent man's death. You sure are good at repeating things people say. What if he didn't die? Say what now? Well, you didn't actually see the execution, right? Yes, well, I was indisposed, you might say, being dead and all. So you don't actually know whether or not it happened. Oh, come on, look, I appreciate the effort, but you're barking at the moon. Let me ask you something. What can you tell me about McCready? He was a gunfighter through and through, and by that I mean he was an adrenaline addict, and dueling was his needle of choice. Hell, if you told me you had evidence that he cheated at poker with the specific intent of baiting people into challenging him into duels, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. He was a sly one. Her expression softens and she sighs. I make him sound like a real devil. That's not fair. He was smart and charming. He could have been a good man if he'd chosen an entirely different life for himself. Anything else? Well, I recall he had a real good head for numbers. He told me that he'd never forgot a date. Every man he'd ever killed, he'd remember to pour a beer on their grave on their birthday. Well, that's nice. A nicer birthday present would have been not having killed them in the first place, of course. Yep. I have another question. Was the trial right after the duel, the 19th? No, I don't know what Reno's like now, but it didn't have a proper courthouse then. You couldn't try a murder charge in the sheriff's front parlor. McCready sat in jail for a couple of weeks, and then they transported him to Frisco. What with one thing and another, the trial didn't start until July 25th. Jeez, so much for the right to a speedy trial. The wheels grind slow. I have another question. Why did he invoke a trial by combat? This case was pretty straightforward. The duel only worsened his odds. I was mighty surprised, let me tell you. The only thing I can figure is it was his damn full sense of gunfighter's pride or something. Like that was the only form of justice he was willing to submit himself to. Another question. When was the execution? Well, we held the trial by combat on the 26th, and that was a Friday. Yeah. And they don't execute prisoners on the weekend, so presumably it would have been the following Monday on the 29th in the morning. was setting up the gallows and letting a crowd gather. They usually happened in the afternoon around 3 typically. Another question. I'll need to be back. Geez, that one kind of stutters the game. Fine, thanks. This book is almost entirely tables of numbers and labeled things like logarithm, radius, vector, earth. Look up any day. Though who knows if he'll be able to figure anything out. Let's look at the date. June. Big day. 17th. Oh, sorry, 18th. That was the day McCready and Timsbury's duel. Apart from the fact that High Noon and Ringo matched up exactly with clock, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. July 5th. Damon McCready style. June 17th. See, on that day there was a moon, and it was somewhere between new and full. Alright, so if I look up July 29th, this is the day when McCready was going to be executed. Wait a minute, according to this, there was a total eclipse of the sun that day, centered right over the blistering territories with its totality at 2:47 p.m. That's a hell of a thing. Huh. Really quick, I'm gonna give this guy plaid skirt. Look, I understand that genderization of clothing maybe shouldn't be a thing, but kind of old-fashioned. There's skirt. Did I say skirt? I meant kilt. What's a kilt? It's a special kind of forest legless pants for men. Here, try it. See, that's real nice. Thanks a lot. Oh, that's one of them gone. I think that's all the ones on the first floor, actually. Looked up July 29th in your almanac, and get this, there was a total eclipse of the sun that day. What? Now you're just messing with me. Look for yourself. Totality at 2:47 p.m. right over the Western Territories. Well, that's quite a thing, but I don't see how that affects weight, unless you're suggesting right. It was the perfect opportunity for McCready to escape. That's absurd. absurd like a fox. You said yourself that McCready was really good at remembering dates. He could have read about the eclipse at any time and stored that knowledge away for future use, like to give himself an advantage in a duel or something. Alright, that's reasonable as far as it goes, but McCready couldn't have worked the eclipse into an escape plan because he didn't have any say over the court schedule. You said, what with one thing and another, the trial didn't start until the 25th. McCready could have caused any number of those delays himself by faking illness in prison or messing with the horses on the ride to Frisco or anything. This also could explain the trial by combat. You mean there could have ended up being too much delay? So if a regular trial went on too long and he was found guilty, he would have missed the eclipse exactly, whereas if he called the trial by combat, everything would have solved one way or another in only one more day. Maybe you'd win, but that'd be fine. But if he lost, he could use his escape plan. I have to admit, this is pretty compelling, but it's all maybes and what ifs. Yeah, maybe it happened, but maybe McCready was rescued by leprechauns. Oh man, are there leprechauns in Frisco? We need some kind of hard evidence before this is any more than just a fun story. Well, let me ask you something. How can I find evidence of McCready's escape? Well, I don't know if an escape even happened. Something like that would have been in the news for certain. See what I can find. Find a few bundles of old newspapers at the bottom of the Fresco Newsinator. You start at the bottom paper and find the paper for the week of July 28th through August 3rd. Main feature has to do with the eclipse and various accidents that occurred because most people weren't expecting it. The editor apologized for burying the announcement in the previous week's weather forecast. Most notably, all 30 men scheduled to be hanged on the 29th escaped in the confusion. Only 2 of them were recaptured. Unfortunately, their names aren't given. Well, you don't find anything else relevant to the case, however. As you're putting the papers back, ignoring yourself, you notice a headline of a more recent issue. Husband of famous inventor missing. The article is light on information, but apparently Miss Gunn's husband, Dan, vanished on the road while traveling into Dirtwater on business about 6 years ago. Law enforcement kind of suspected bandits, but no evidence was found. That's kind of grim. I see. I don't know if I have anything else to say yet, but I'll go and talk to her. I found a newspaper article. The guy scheduled to be executed the day of Eclipse escape, and one of them was never caught. Well, didn't say that. Nope, damn it. The executed criminals aren't given gravestones with their names on them, so you can't go looking around Frisco Cemetery to find out. Listen, Scrinkly, I really appreciate what you're trying to do, but at this point you would have to actually find McCready himself. Prove he wasn't executed due to my failure. And that's what I'll do. Any idea where I should start looking for McCready? Your guess is as good as mine. I have to imagine that he got as far as the heck away from Frisco as he could, though. If he's the one that escaped, yeah. If you're curious why I keep going back to Dirtwater, you have to talk to the postmaster eventually, which gets you the clue that you need. I'm trying to find a guy named McCready. There's a possibility you might have passed through here about 17 years ago. Passed through. We don't stamp passports here, yeah. If you stayed here for a while, might have a forwarding address. Can you check, please? Alright, the book. Them books could use a dusting anyway. One sec. She pulls some big ledgers out of her desk and blows a huge cloud of dust in the air and then starts looking through them. Some tiers are around 78, then 76, 77. Marin, Mabelson, McMurphy, McCready. Got a Matt McCready. That the one? That's him. No forwarding address, but you could ask at his old place just out to the northwest of here. Let me see your map. Oh yeah, it looks like you already got it there. Desert House, that's the one. So then we need to travel to the Desert House. Very deep rectangular pothole. Wolf, it must have been here for a very long time because you found the remains of an antique traffic accident. Gold skull. Just sell it. Burial whiskey. Increase your muscle and mysticality and such by 5 for the day. That's skull chips. Once they were good for keeping someone's brain. Bean salsa inside, but not anymore. Old wedding ring. M. McCready. Stuck to his gun. Stick up the grave. You can tell you for its wooden coffin and follow the lid. The skeleton blinks at you, or well, it doesn't, but anyway. Howdy. Howdy, are you guilty, McCready? Well, that ain't name since well, no, I ain't heard that nickname since... What year is it? 1895. 17 years, no, I tell a lie. There was one time 8 years ago. The same McCready that escaped the gallows during an eclipse. Yeah, well now, since the statute of limitations expired, I might as well fess up. Yep, that was me. Real sweet plan too, apart from the one little hitch. It went off smooth as silk. Even worked in a little misdirection to lead the law to them other two fellers instead of me. Serves them right too. They were the real murderers, not like me. I never killed a man except in a fair fight. Except for that one little hitch you mentioned. Miscalculated long to delay the trial, so in order to mix the clips, you called for a trial by combat. Oh, well, yep, that's the truth. If you're blaming me for Miss Wainwright's deaths, I suppose. Why didn't you just trust her? She would have got you declared innocent. She had a real good head on her shoulders, sure. But so did that prosecutor fella. I didn't rate the odds better than 50-50. Not good enough. Anyway, the trial by combat was part of her job. She should have been ready. That stinks. She trusted you. She's a ghost now. Well, because she feels guilty about losing that trial. I spent ages trying to convince her you weren't innocent, and she backed you up at every step of the way, despite the fact that you got her killed, and you don't even care. Oh, you bite your tongue, Missy. You don't know me, don't care. I did what I felt I had to stay alive, and I felt damn guilty about what happened to Miss Wainwright. But I ain't taking all of the blame for it, no ma'am. She'll tell you herself, she should have been better prepared. Just like she told me that day, apologizing with her last breath. I gave up gunfighting for her. Gave up the only thing I live for. That's how I felt about it. You gave up gunfighting? Weren't easy, but it did. Bought this house, bought this land, raised some chickens, and had a little vegetable garden. Place has gone to hell since I died. That's a shame. Anyway, I never fired my pistol again, not even at a damn fence post. That's not what it says on your grave. Oh, read it again. That's the fella what killed me. Having a little ironic joke, I reckon. Someone killed you. You're only the second person to track me down. First one was 9 years after the trial. Vic Timsbury. His brother. Hunting for revenge. What happened? He challenged me to a duel and I told him I ain't doing that no more. He asked again, I said no, and he hollered at me and I took my pistol out of the closet and threw it at his feet so he could see how the cylinders all rusted shut. And he cocked his gun and asked me one last time. I said no, and the last thing I remember is the bang. Jeez. Trying to him to bury me, though. Guess you weren't all that bad. Do you want to see Felicity again? I could take you to her. Ghost. No, I reckon I'll just go back to sleep. Ain't right. A dead fellow walking around just to tell her... Just tell her sorry for me, alright? Here, you can give her my pocket watch. She'll recognize it. Matt Guilty McCrady's fancy silver pocket watch. And after being buried for 9 years, it still chimes the hours. This item goes in your offhand. Plus 50% to meat gains and plus 40 to finding bonus. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, bye McCready. So long, miss. This might be one of the most well-crafted DLCs I think I've seen for a game in a while. And like, you know, I'm genuinely a pretty big believer in good DLC. Oh, it's been a while since I heard this. It's also been a while since I've had a battle without Lawrence in the party. Keep going in there. Got a question for you. Are you ready for this? What now? I found McCrady's grave. He wasn't executed. You're 100% certain it's him, not some other ghost named not some other man named McCrady. It was him. Here, he gave me this watch to get to you. Turns the watch around in her hands for a moment, just looking at it without saying anything. Then she slowly winds it and listens. It chimes the hour. Yes, this is his watch, alright. Thank you. Wait, you said he gave it to you? He's alive? Not exactly, he's a skeleton. We talked for a while and then he asked me to bury him so he could go back to sleep. What'd he say? He confirmed our guesses. He knew about the eclipse in advance and stalled for the trial for his escape plan, but stalled it too long and decided to hedge his bet by calling for trial by combat. I see. He gave up gunfighting. What? He bought a little house, raised chickens. Never fired his pistol again. In fact, he left it to rust. 9 years later, Timsbury's brother caught up to him and challenged him to a revenge match. McCready refused repeatedly, so the guy shot him. He said to tell you he was sorry. She looks at you silently for a moment, then looks at the watch. She winds the hands back a minute, and she listens again as it chimes. She sighs and shakes her head, then smiles at you. Thank you, Scrinkly. You'd make a damn fine attorney. She shakes your hand and fades from view. Now she does, while leaving an attorney badge in your hand. Rest in peace, counselor. So did that get rid of the pocket watch? Damn, I think it did. How many do I have left? That was real sweet how you handled that ghost. Yeah, it was also wildly inefficient. Jeez, Florence, you always want the violent option. Look, I didn't make this science gun for baking cookies. Does it bake cookies? Well, yeah, but they come out weird, rubbery. Ew. She raised an eyebrow at you and glances at one of her weird instruments. There are none left on the first floor, one left on the second, and 4 on the first floor. So I imagine anything left to do, I'd have to do on the 3rd floor for now. Where's that burial whiskey? I think I need that. Did I just say I got the dead drunk? Hey there, how's it going? I ain't interested in chit-chat, gal, just billiards. Step up or shut up. Alright, I challenge you to a game. You don't have a cue and don't have a clue how to play without one. Alright. Platoon! Well, here's one. It's a spittoon. It isn't much interest, but because you don't have a long understanding and extremely unhealthy relationship with spittoons yet. Oh, do I need to use all the spittoons to get it? Okay, so I can't do this yet, but supposedly there's nothing in it. Challenge a new game. Rocks the balls. He utterly trounces you. You can't seem to make the balls go where you intended. That was sad. That was as sad a showing as I ever seen. Let me see that cue. Yeah, that's your problem. This thing's about as straight as a banker's handshake. What? You're gonna need to lathe this act to true if you want a chance. Lathe. Alright, well, I'll do that in a second. Increase your muscle by 3. This boosts all stats by 5. Yep. I thought I closed the game for a second. That was my bad. I thought I literally closed the game because, like, I accidentally, like, I was in the menu. And I clicked, like, this on OBS, which minimized the game. Alright, I should be able to do this now, so I'm gonna close that, though. Oops. Play knife checkers. I'll play aggressively. You start at the game by attacking quickly and fiercely to establish dominance and keep your opponent from developing his pieces. Strategy is somewhat effective, but Lord Euston doesn't scare easily, and he manages to feint a few pieces past your guard. You enter the mid-game and more or less evenly matched. In the mid-game, you focus more on the checkers than on your knife work, maneuvering into position for some big gains in the long term. Suffer a few minor nicks and cuts, but are well positioned for the endgame. But craftily. Lord Euston spots a hole in your defense as he feints left, then quickly slides one of his pieces into the gap and into your trap. And this move lands his hand just in the position you need to attack it. With a hard downward stab, he easily yanks his hand out of the way and your knife hits one of your pieces on its edge, flipping it across the board to land neatly in his back rank. King me. I'd say it's a foul to attack the board. Sure, but I wasn't I? I attacked your hand and you dodged, that's all. You sneaky blighter. Play continues with a king behind Lord Euston's lines. You clean up fairly quickly. Alright, lass, I concede. Marvelous play, what? Well done. Here's your smart salute and fades into nothingness. Alright, so I need to go and lathe. First thing. This gives me more moxie. I keep going the wrong way. See, that's the thing. I've been to the other floors so much I know them like the back of my hand now, but... Challenge him to a game. Pull out your key and the ghost nod. Cheats to crush you. Something feels along like your cue isn't connecting with the ball properly. Totally new to this, ain't you? You gotta chalk your cue. Chalk, could I borrow you? Mine's ghost chalk. Dang it. Where do I even get chalk? I love billiards. Well, actually, I do know one place I can get chalk. and blue chalk. Chalk up your cue and the ghost racks the balls. It's a close match. You have to consult that geometry book a few times just to work out all the angles. The game comes down to a fight for the 8-ball, and you manage to barely squeak out the win when the ghost catches an you bounce off the corner pocket. Well, shucks, nice shooting, Tex. He flips you a finger gun salute, winks, and fades into nothingness. Alright, well that's that one done. One of my weird instruments. There are 3 ghosts left on the premises. What's the one? Oh wait, I know which one's there. See if I can think of a way to help. Transcribe it. Holy shit, my character actually from a different angle. Aw, his face. He's finally getting soothed. Well, that was nice. All right. Alright, well, I think we should attempt to find the last ghost up here. Alright, let's see what we can do for this guy. Alright, so if I go here... Did you know firecrackers are just tiny sticks of dynamite? This is an even tinier one? Does that mean a pumpkin is technically a berry? Wait a sec, if you suck this into one of those cigars you found, you get exploding cigar. Hilarious. Did you figure out how to make a good exploding cigar, one that doesn't turn fun into a funeral? I think this is what you were looking for. That's an exploding cigar, yep. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but not this time. What did you use for this explosive? Found a really, really small firecracker, just big enough to blow up the cigar without blowing up someone's face. Also without, you know, the violent lead projectile. Genius, please let me see it. So I can finally rest. Light it up. Alright. So that's everybody that I've seen so far. That's... I do feel a little significantly less haunted. Did you get rid of all the ghosts? Sure did, ma'am. Actually, my scanner says there's still one. Shh. Yes, ma'am. All the ghosts are accounted for. Well, that's splendid. Come right on in. Hello, Miss Gunn. Hello, Sprinkly, was it? Thank you for getting rid of all those ghosts for me. Yeah, well, as it turns out, there's one left. Oh dear, well, I need you to take care of it before I can pay you. Miss Gunn, I've got some bad news for you. Oh, what's that? It's you. You're a ghost man. Well, I'll be. How'd that happen, I wonder? My condolences. Why, thank you. You're very kind. You know, this does explain some things. Like what? Well, I haven't had any appetite for months. Nearly a year, in fact. They keep sending food up from the kitchen in the dumbwaiter. I've just been dropping it out the window and sending back empty plates so the chef won't ever hurt. Feelings hurt. It's also the fact that you're well translucent. Yes, I thought it was just cataracts. Ms. Gunn, this prompts a question, you know. Oh, what's that? Why are you a ghost? Well, I'm sure I don't. Well, you're an expert. Perhaps you can tell me. That's me. I'm the expert. Do you have some unfinished business? Something that's trying to keep me in this place? Well, now that you mention it, yes, I suppose I do. Mind telling me about that? My entire family disappeared years ago. My husband and 3 daughters. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I'm so sorry for your loss. The sheriff suspected they'd been kidnapped for ransom, but no one ever made any demands. They just vanished. I never found out what happened. I always thought they were taken away by ghosts. Why'd you think that? I've always felt guilty about how many people have been killed by my invention. The belt buckle, the gun. Oh, right. I used to worry that their ghosts would come back to haunt me. When I built this house, I had an electrical anti-ghost field installed in the walls of this room so they couldn't get in. No way, awesome. Wait, doesn't that affect you? Well, I'm sure it would if I attempted to walk through the wall, but it never occurred to me to try. After Dan and the girls disappeared, I became so sure that ghosts had gotten them that I'd lock myself in here. after donating the rest of the house to the Historical Society so that there'd be someone to look after the place. Now I feel rather silly about the whole thing. Silly? I mean, ghosts do exist, obviously. Well, yes, but now that I'm a ghost myself, I could sense the presence of other ghosts. And they only just arrived in the house yesterday or the day before. That was when I called for an exterminator, but, you know, I didn't even question how I knew they were here. But I don't think there have been any ghosts here before them. Then why did they show up yesterday? I couldn't say. They all seemed very angry and confused, but since they couldn't get in here, they gave up and just started wandering around the house. They gave up quite easily, actually. Maybe because you were already a ghost yourself. Miss Gunn, what are you going to do? What are we going to do with you? What do you mean? You did contract me for 13 ghosts, ma'am. You're the 13th. Oh yes, obviously, I could simply renegotiate the number with you, or perhaps you could go ahead and exercise me or do whatever. Oh, I have the option of either doing this peacefully. I'd rather find a most peaceful solution. Peaceful solution, what do you mean? Well, we can also release you from your ghostitude by solving your problem that keeps you here. In your case, I guess that means finding out what happened to your family. Oh, well, I would be very grateful if you could. I assume they're dead, and to be honest, I think I've gotten used to the fact. I surely would like to know what actually happened. In that case, that's what I'll do. What's up? Knew she was a ghost all along? Yeah, I had my suspicions. You must be more in tune with the all this narrative stuff than I am. Yeah, you get used to it. Long, hard look at yourself in the mirror and think about the things you've done. A lot of those things were pretty cool. Breaking case of attic. Got an attic opening stick. I think there'd be a punchy name for this object. So I've got to now figure out what actually happened. An item, the 3-ball. Red paint on the outside of this billiard ball reacts with human blood in a way that doctors will eventually discover is extremely harmful, but for now is blissfully refreshing. Time goes in your offhand, regenerates 5 HP per round of combat, gives you plus 15 maximum HP. There's a trapdoor above the ceiling here. Okay. Who are you? Who the heck are you? I'm Skrinkly McSkrink, but since I'm not the guy who's apparently hiding out in Mrs. Gunn's attic, I feel like you ought to be the one answering questions. Who am I? Well, that's just frickin' typical. I'm Chet. That Bullet, damn it. Am I supposed to have heard that name? Or damn well should have. Miss Gunn's invention would have been nothing without mine. Wait, let me guess. You invented the bullet. Phew, I thought for sure you were going to say the belt buckle again. Oh shoot, now I want to change my guess. You're damn right I invented the bullet, but I was her assistant, so did I get any credit? Hell no. Sounds like you've got an axe to grind, not for much longer. Ah, jeez. Yeah, looks like we found the bad guy. Okay, Chet, go ahead and tell us the details of your whole nefarious plan. I don't care much for your tone. Why should I tell you anything? Well, if you don't want to take credit for whatever your genius plan is, I'm fine to let you languish in your obscurity. Well, it's too late for you to stop me anyways. I suppose it won't hurt. Certainly not. When Miss Gunn dies, control of the company and patents passes to me. I'm no murderer. Remind you, I like to keep my hands clean, heh. But I figure there might be some other people who'd have a bone to pick with her, considering their manner of death. You summoned all the ghosts? That's right. All it took was some basic seance equipment wired up to the house's belfry. For some amplification, a snap of mechanical genius like me, but seance gear summons ghosts related to the summoner. That's the whole point of a medium. The person who knows how to direct the summoning on someone else's behalf. So you get to talk to your own grandma instead of the summoners. You don't seem like the medium type to me. More like small. That does explain something I've been wondering about. Didn't make any sense for all the ghosts here to be haunting Mrs. Gunn because some of them weren't killed by guns, but they were all killed by bullets. Naturally, I anticipated there'd be a couple of those ghosts. That's why I rigged this room with an anti-ghost field, which I cleverly boosted so that the ghosts couldn't even sense me up here. So your plan... I got number 1 with a bullet. Discover the true secret of Gun Manor. So your plan was to summon a bunch of angry ghosts who would initially be looking for you, but would haunt Miss Gunn instead when they couldn't find you. Correct, and when they've haunted her to death, Gun Industries would be all mine. Well, I hate to be the bearer of good news, but Miss Gunn is dead. On the bright side, she's been dead for a year, so you pretty much wasted your time. Wait, what? Really? Haha, I'm rich. Now I just need to get out of here with all the ghosts spotting me. Yeah, the ghosts are gone too. So you're pretty much in the clear. Wonderful, so the anti-ghost field is pretty effective, but it was starting to make back part of my brain itch. He flips this switch on an electrical device and suddenly you become aware of the absence of an extremely low frequency hum on the right edge of your hearing. Wait, it does sound different. Did they actually do that? There's something else I want to ask you about. Ask away. What happened to Miss Gunn's family? Oh, them? They've been out of the picture for years. I heard a rumor Dan got killed by desperados and buried in a shallow grave out backside of nowhere, but of course I wouldn't actually know anything about that. Lucky for me, since I couldn't have inherited company with him around, or their daughters. You son of a... Relax, the girls are fine. I'm no monster. Pretty sure you're a monster. There's a weird little island kingdom somewhere on the other side of the ocean. Apparently it's stuck in some kind of bizarre temporal field that keeps nearly anyone from entering or leaving. Can't even find the place if you don't know how. Fortunately, I know a guy who knows how, so I gave these girls free tickets to sleepaway camp. Isn't that nice of me? You're an absolute bastard. Oh, that hurts my feelings. Fortunately, I'm about to have a whole lot of money. I told myself with YU. Hold on. Hold on. We should talk to Miss Gunn first before he tears this ass and... Oh. I thought you said she was dead. Depending on what she says, you might be too. So wait, are they talking about Kingdom of Loathing? Because if they are, that'd be an interesting sort of plot line. Because I was curious how, like... Yeah, I have good news and bad news going right. Chet Bullitt had your husband killed and your daughters kidnapped. So he'd be the sole inheritor of your company when you died. Also, he's the reason the ghosts were here. That son of a... I should have expected something when he suddenly started being so ingratiating back then. And when he wrote off the desperados on his expense account. I'd write him out of my will, but I suppose it's too late. That's rather galling. What's the good news? He says your daughters are safe. They're just on a magical island somewhere that nobody can get to. That's not exactly comforting, but at this point, I'll take it. Plainly, if he'd wanted to kill them, he'd just done so. Wait, so you spoke of him. You spoke to him personally. Yeah, he didn't know you were already dead, so he's been hiding in your attic for the last couple of days, waiting for the ghosts to kill you. You want me to... What do you want me to do with him? I'll leave it up to you. I'm not in any state to make any reasoned judgment. In any case, you've answered a question, and I feel myself moving on already. Thank you for all your help. In a sad wave, she fades out from view. Then, almost as an afterthought, the lock on her desk drawer pops open. Inside, you find a check written out to Cunningham Ghost Annihilation Services, which flows snags with a cha-ching and a blueprint. Miss Gunn's blueprint. What would have been the crowning achievement of Miss Gunn's career. Talk to her. Sure, yeah, of course. It was totally obvious. So we were in tune. So wait, now that I have gun blueprints, can I go down and craft a better gun? Now that I know what I'm doing? Make Miss Gunn's opus. This is the best gun Miss Gunn never got the chance to make. You've had to commit so much violence in her name. So now I can equip that. Run upstairs and grab another string bean can from the larder. You drill a hole in the end of it, remove the beans. Then you stoke the stuffing. We got a silencer. Human, not human tools knowing. Too many tools a human's having. So, now we can finally go take care of this fuck. That's not the right room. It's gonna be tricky with... Well, are we finished here? I've got business to run. It's gonna be tricky with all the internal bleeding. Thorns will shoot all of your enemies. Creative bullets. Impervious to direct attack. See. Oh, I see. Do this. with dynamite. Oh, there we go. Chet falls to his knees. You decide to let him dangle for a minute while you rifle through his stuff. Got the incendiary bullet. Chemical bullet. Poisons an enemy. Sets an enemy on fire, and 50% more damage than a regular bullet. Hooray. Beat the hell out of Chet Bullet, then hog tie him, drag him down to the visitor center. The employees assure you they'll hand him over to the sheriff. Whatever jurisdiction this is in. Good. Anyway, feel free to poke around the grounds looking for loose ends to wrap up, but you're pretty much done here. Thank you for playing the Reckoning at Gun Manor. Well, what's over here? Look out, there's some really big bells hanging above you. This house has the biggest bells of them all. It's a science stuff. Well, that's nice. It's a good bell. Nice clear tones. Interesting. I found something for you. Science junk. Love sciencey junk. Just don't mention it. New skill, Beta Blast. Magimech Tech. So I guess that's all the stuff to do in Gun Manor. Or at least that's the main plot of the DLC done. So I don't really know if it was kind of bad that I did it all beforehand, but I still need to find the photo guy. You have Mysticality and maximum AP by 2 for the rest of the day. Gives you maximum by 5 and speed by 7 for the rest of the day. Steel flavor. Increases your muscle by 5 and maximum HP. So apparently, yeah, I guess it's a nod to Kingdom of Loathing. So I guess this is a reference to Kingdom of Loathing. I don't know if there is a proper tie-in, but we need to find the other person. Oh, I know where he is. Duh, he's in the library. I never let him free. Or not in the... He's in the gallery. I never let him free. No, I took care of the ghost. Oh, thank God. I've got to wash off this flower and get back to work, but first... Start searching every part of his body. Man, it feels like I've been stuffing up these itches for days. I was about to go crazy. Thanks, Sprinkly, your life's giver. No problemo. Come see me at the visitor center. I'll hook you up with a souvenir photograph. Paul wanders off, still scratching. Alright, and I think this is the last thing I have left to do. Thanks again for your help. What an ordeal. More or less, better, you know. I mean, hygiene is what it is in this day and age, you know. Would you like a souvenir photograph? Only 200 meters. I'll take one. This is a souvenir photograph of Gun Manor. Looking at it reminds you of the time you visited Gun Manor and bought a photograph of it. Wait a second, this is a photograph of the house. Yep, an official gun souvenir from what? Why'd you take a picture of me then? Oh, that's just for our records. Okay. It's Terry Gunn. This is... Why didn't we think of that award? Alright, well there is one thing, which is I didn't actually check what this does. Beta Blast usable once per fight. Oh, Jesus Christ. 70 to 80 damage. Oh God. So that's what that does. Is the ghost hunting business like lucrative? Do you get lots of business? Yeah, I do okay. There's plenty of sudden, violent ways to die in the territory, so huntings ain't exactly rare. Never gotten a call for so many at once, though. What is that? Ghosts are pretty territorial. Almost nobody has a house big enough for more than one. I see. So, I don't know. I guess that's it. I don't know if there's any more Gun Manor secrets. Hmm. But yeah, I guess that was all of Gun Manor. So the difficulty of this area is calculated, so you can always come back. So yeah, I guess all that's really left is to... I don't really need to boost this anymore, so... The main thing with Shoot Nanny is the shots go up for each thing. You know, for as much of this game is like a joke, this is like a really good Western RPG, and I'm sad that there aren't more Western RPGs out there. Is there a limit to how many of the combat skills I can get? Well, I guess it's determinate based on your class because you get them based on stuff. So I guess I'd only have like one more to get. Need to increase my physical stats. Jeez, it's like 2:30. Jeez, I want to keep going. But like, this is a good place to end off. Oh well, I think I'll just keep going because there was some stuff. Plus there was that one dude who wanted to go to the one area. Who wanted me to go to the one area. So I need to go up to rescue mission. All right. Your life non. Yes, I'm Sister Tabathon. Or Tabitha. I'm Scrinkly McScrinkk. What's with the cods? Well, with the cow attacks and so on, I felt my faith would better be served by running a place. This place is a clinic rather than just a church, so I also sell medical supplies. If you'd like your healing to go. Do you need any errands run or anything? Funny you should ask. I've been experimenting with the healing properties of a purple grass that grows near here, but I've run out. When going picking some for me, it grows near a cave that makes an unusual humming sound. Oh sure, I think I know the place you mean. No problem. Not yet. It's disappointing, but I trust you to keep your promise. I need some broken leg pills. Little cluster of gin blossoms. Blossom gin. So now we need to go back to dirt water. You've crossed paths with Warner and Sally again. Howdy, Sprinkly. Interested in trading? You bet. I'm always interested in what you have. You see the safe cracking skills. Why not? This book outlines techniques for opening safes without knowing the combination. This skill will come in handy if you ever encounter a safe whose combination isn't scrawled on a nearby wall. Used to discover a new map location. Interesting. You come across the corpse of a cowboy. How do you know it's the corpse of a cowboy? Well, you see by his fit that he's a cowboy, and you see by his lack of flesh that he's a corpse. From a proper burial. Alright. Here you go. Phew, thanks, I feel like a new man again. Or at least the same man with a new leg. That's good. Go drink some milk or something, okay? Poison skips happily away. Well, that was nice. Milk tea when he's as you approach. Let's comb her mane. Let's give her an apple. She hesitantly eats the apple up and nuzzles you shyly. She eats the carrot very carefully in case it fights back. Your carrot. Excuse me. Saddle up. Go back to the humming cave. High atop a nearby pine tree, you see pine cone with a bullseye painted on it. There must be an artistic bird somewhere nearby. Shoot it. With a flourish, you draw your pistol and shoot the pine cone. You twirl your pistol around several times and then reholster it without even slowing your horse down. You gain 20 experience. This must be what the nun was talking about. Snake isn't gonna let you pass without a struggle. Dead. Snake spleen got an item. Electric snake skin. Oh, what's that thing? What in the world? This looks dangerous. Looks like there was a huge cave in at some point. Your device. Take it. Got an item, the strange stone arrow. Alright, what's up with Fort Alden? Strange stone arrow you have starts going crazy. Let's go to there instead. Ah yes, I somehow just looked past like 4 major things. Being machine leads you to a ramshackle house in the middle of the desert. Coffee cactus. Excuse me, my name's Scrinkly McScrinkle. What? Oh, I didn't notice you come in. I'm not used to visitors, but folks generally call me the Professor. Is there anything I can do? Well, I found this bleeping gizmo, and I sort of followed the blue thing, and it led me here. Well, I'll be, and certainly led you the right place, young lady. This is El Vibrato technology. And I happen to be as much an expert Is anyone alive today? What now? El Vibrato. They were an ancient race that lived here long before humans. Well, they mostly lived underground, so they might still be living as far as I know. Never seen a peep of an actual person, though. Just the machines they left behind. Are they space aliens? Could be aliens, or genius prehumans, or an entirely different terrestrial evolutionary line. At this stage of investigation, it's impossible to say, isn't it exciting? Here, let me have a closer look at your bleeping gizmo. He tinkers with it. Tinkers around with the transponder for a bit, and then he plugs a strange stone marble into a socket on it. There you go. Good as new. Just swipe up or down to turn it on or off. Professor says this device calls out to other vibrato machinery. Spooky action at a distance. You don't trust it. Swipe. Now I'm gonna warn. Yeah, this device will lead you to vibrato technology, but it might also attract unwanted attention from the El Vibrato technology. You'll see what I mean. Just be careful. Okay. You know, now that I think about it, you've arrived at a perfect time. In order to get anywhere further with my research, I need more samples of El Vibrato tech, but searching for it eats up all the time I could be using to research it. Aha, I get you. Right. You're the adventuresome type, so bring me back whatever devices you find, and if I can get them up and running, that'll benefit us both. Alright, great. First priority will be to get my keystone fabricator running. They locked their doors and things with these tiny little stone alloy blocks. So if we can make our own, that'll open a lot of doors for us, literally and figuratively. Alright, so what do we need? The components aren't rare, at least as far as priceless ancient technology goes. Bring me, about 5 handfuls of scrap. I should be able to salvage the last parts I need from that much. Alright. Ooh, things. Such looking at various things. You said it, I guess. Not yet. Well, that's gotta be our first priority. Do you know anything about ley lines? I'll hold a image with that mystical mojumbo, but it's very unscientific. But it does come up in my research from time to time. Well, I can give you a very basic overview. Draw some curved, intersecting lines on a piece of paper, and then explains how they relate to local geography and so-called mystical forces. Most of it goes over your head, but you think you got the basics. You got the ley line diagram. Simple enough to be understood by a layman. Well, actually, what's in my bag? That's new. See a minute. No. I'll keep that thing on. We're all dead. Strategy. It's a little model of a region on it. Master of flushing. Your toilet flushing muscles are in fantastic shape. +3. Toilet flush handle is missing though. Low metal pin on the floor picked up here. Rifleman insignia pin. +3 pistol attack damage. I have the ultimate, like, gun build. There's a foot locker is at the foot of the bed, but it's not. There's nothing in here but a sewing kit. I don't even have lockpicking. I don't even remember how to get that. Oh wait, I do have it. Wait, what? Or is it just saying I don't have the skill? Hardtack and smelling salts. Chemical bullet and silver bullets. Shelves filled with the skeleton army's food supply. Pick up the box of random salted eyeballs, lye treated ants. Yuck, 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 yuck. No way, not without some stench resistance. Don't I have stench resistance? Maybe I don't. Somebody left their knapsack with a burned scroll. Something about a hell energy in between the scorch marks. Interesting. There's also an evil king leather-bound tome. Grab it. Got the Nex Mex. This a black-covered book written in black ink on black paper is a primer in the arts of southwestern necromancy. Otherwise known as Nex Mex, gives you the Grinning Skull skill. Read it. Seems to have been written by one of the necromancer's cultists. He and several others were reanimating the dead soldiers here, on theory that the best undead army would be a literal undead army. The hitch in the plan came when they raised the officers who decided they weren't going to take orders from a bunch of weirdo civilians. Last entry suggests that the author and his cohorts were planning on abandoning their station and reporting back to the necromancer, but the entry ends abruptly in the middle of a sentence. Fascinating. No name on the stone. It's a patch of pepperoni mold growing out of this. Okay. Tombstone pizza. This massive grave is absolutely teeming with those skeletal riflemen. They don't seem to be interested in getting out, but you could definitely jump in there if you were rich and for a fight. There's one wandering in the end of the pit nearest to you. Let's hop in and fight him. Old patrol cap and chemical bullet. Hop in. Alright. There's a lot of these, like, infinite encounter spaces, I noticed. Instant crits. Nice view from up here. Didn't I come here before, or did I go to a different port? Logs. Logs building for soldiering mans. A fort. Yeah, something strange about it though. What is that? I hear soldiers marching around in there, but I don't hear any voices. Secret whispering brigade. This way to the Lazy Dude Ranch. Circus. I'm just gonna hit the wander button a few times. Skeleton leaps at you. Dehydrated cannonballs. Oh, vibrato beeps and follows signal because of course you. I'm fighting this thing. Oh, vibrato scraps. Shoot the pine cone. Collectively. I just realized that Tombstone Pizza is a pun. There's a brand of pizza literally called Tombstone. And it's not that bad. I used to think it was pretty bad when I was younger, but when I was younger, I was also used to eating like the shit pizza. Small donger's house. These two having dongers up house, see, very loud. Any other ideas? Saltpeter from 4 Cowardice. Ask for another suggestion. He says the professor told him to give him 5 chunks of El Rato scamp. Ask for another. Alright, so I will go to Fort Cowardice first. Where's Fort Cowardice? There it is. This was where I was thinking of before. It was very similar. Do I not have safe Kraken? Oh, I didn't read it. Crack the safe. With the diagrams. There we go, saltpeter. Alright, so now we gotta take that back to dirt water. There's snake in here. Dead. Correction, there was a snake in there. Quote unquote poker room. Yep, here's saltpeter. That's the stuff. Certain kind of pot pepper. It's called a murder pepper. Because it literally has a knife and it kills people who ask them questions. They grow in the area outside of town. You should be able to find one if you just wander around for a while. Here it is. Okay, so if you're still looking for stuff to do, I need someone to go check my mail. I ordered a new saute knife, but I haven't got time to go fetch it for myself. Really just doing anything for this guy. This will work a lot better than the hammer I was using. Okay, I only need one more favor from you. It's the most important. I used to have this recipe for a very secret jerk sauce, but my jerk friend AFJ stole it from me. And then he died and took the secret to his grave, literally. I mean, he was buried with it. You want me to dig up his grave? He's dead, he won't mind. Okay. So I imagine that's in the graveyard. Corpse that contains a garbage bag, sharing region time. Region the garbage bag tries to find full pudding. No, it's not just pudding. It's putting in motor oil. Who would do this? Eventually managed to reach all the way to the bottom of the bag and retrieve a sodden lump from the bottom. You unglob the bottom and try to dry it off. Then wash your arm in a nearby ditch. This better be worth it. Dave's secret sauce recipe. Just combine these ingredients in a small pot and abracadabra, rapapapow. Hey, buddy. Hey, thanks a million, buddy. Now my slop will be world famous. You gain 10 experience. Here, let me give you a little something for all the trouble you felt. For all your trouble, you fell in the slop, but it's still good. Sloppy top hat. Dude, sloppy toppy? Got some items. Good thing I caught up to you guys. Sheriff's looking for 30 fellas dressed like bandits pushing a barrel. If he sees you like that, plan's a bust. Well, in Tarnation, what should we do? Well, got a bandit pistol. Black hat. Black no pants. Not two fel. He's looking for 3 fellas dressed like bandits. Right? Not two fellas dressed like bandits and 1 fella in his underwear. Yeah, that's a good thing. And thanks, partner. 3 bandits. Draw lots, and the loser hands his gear. That's so dumb. Find an abandoned minecart sitting in this minecart track about 12 feet long, which stands in the middle of nowhere particular. Unrefined meat nugget. Ah, yes, there we go. I want to see if I can get 5 of those scraps. All right. There we go. And I think I only need a few more. Ranch dressing. And it's dead. Origin. Cactus bits. Get some coffee. There we go. How many of those do I have? See again, have you got those 5 piles of scrap? Yep. He ambles over to the strange contraption. Let's see. Yep, okay, this will do the trick. Let me just get this thing running and you'll be able to grab a keystone from it. I'll take another 5 scrap for each one you need. Are you familiar with the lost Dutch oven mine, Grim Place? But that's where I found the chassis. That fabricator. I wedged behind an unusual pile of rocks. Seems like a good place to start hunting. Right? Let's go to Lost Dutch Oven Mine. Let's get this. Stinky fissures. Oh, I can't get any closer without stench resistance. Oh, that's too bad. I guess we'll go up here to Lazy Dude Ranch. Old burn crate. Guess it came with the property. You got an item. You got item ranch. You got lasso. Ranch punch. That's the name for a combination of milk and whiskey ranchers used to drink. Its actual name is undrinkable garbage. Like all the things from rancher, this can't. It was a better before the cows came home. Pretty serious damage. Alright. Hippie. I'm selling herbal remedies. Care to buy? Find they're gifted to us by Gaia without any interference by human hands. So, weeds. That's a derogatory term created by man, but yeah, basically. It's a pile of random dried weeds. Hold up in a sachet piece of paper. Garbage. Howdy. Hey, yeah, howdy, man. What's happening? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Oh, not much rain. We moved on this little patch of land to grow crops, but then we decided it's more natural just to let Gaia or whatever she wants. Bet that's a lot easier too. Right on, man. Neat. Where'd you get that hat? Oh, this friend of mine made, man. I forget which one. What do you take for it? Well, I've been thinking of trying a new style, man. Maybe like one of those hats army guys used to wear back in the day. Like, it's a kind of an ironic statement. There's an old fort over yonder that way. I'll swap you if you can find one of those, man. Alright. Trade strange headset. Whereas like Congressman, except natural. Sure. Sure. Howdy, I'm Sprinkly. I'm Louise. Louise Lathrop. What's with the long face, Louise? Ah, geez. Basically, because I'm stuck here farming with a couple of dummies who don't know how to farm a dang thing, so they just let the weeds grow and call it natural. I'm so sick of eating dandelions, it gets great. Why don't you leave? I haven't got any meat or any other prospects or anywhere to go. I mean, dandelions are terrible, but they're better than eating dirt. It's such a mess. How'd you get in this predicament? I headed west after graduating baking school and fell in with these two because they talked a big game without any natural gains. Natural grain. They talked a big game about natural grains. Fool that I was, I didn't realize they were really interested in getting silly on loco weed and not doing any work. So you're looking for work? Gosh, yes, desperately. The only trade I know is baking, though. You know somewhere it's hiring a baker. Heck, even unpaid would be higher than this if it comes with the room and board. I just want to get down here. I don't, sorry. Shucks, well, if you hear anything, we go. Huge supply of unused fertilizer. Gary sniffs the air and looks around excited. Speak to Gary. A deliciousness. Gary has become more powerful. Gary, I think this is kind of rude, but Gary reminds me of one of my friends, my friend Comey, who doesn't speak English as their first language. Yep. Didn't I already do the Big Apple? Okay, yeah, I did. Alright, well... Jeez, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't even realize that. Well, I think that'll be it. So... Ugh. So, thank you all for watching. If you liked the video, or, it's been a while since I streamed. So thank you all for watching. Whether you were live in the chat or you saw the VOD on YouTube, either is appreciated. I will recommend that you go and check out my YouTube channel if you're on my Twitch. Recommend you check out my Twitch if you're on my YouTube channel. The Twitch is in the description. Obviously, I live stream on Twitch. I also have a Twitter that you can check out and a Ko-fi link where you can donate a minimum of $3 to support what I do. And, yeah, that's really it. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.